See, there we are, that little frog. Hello, homunculus. Let's see. Just start with some ground so that I feel like I know where we are even. That's gonna change. I'd like to put it on a wall. Got that. Today we're going to build a little storm drain entrance. And then I think we're going to go ahead and just move on up to this other area. Yesterday I drew this frog, and then my son came home and he saw the frog up on the screen. He's like, oh, that looks. He goes, I really like the park. So I showed him in the game, and he's like, go down the slide. You got to go down the slide. And I was like, oh, I don't have that. Like, I don't have an animation for that or anything. So he was disappointed because he really wanted to go down the slide. Now I feel like I gotta do it. Gotta. Gotta get down. Doing a slight animation. Okay. Now we gotta tell our tile sets. Let's get a sidewalk. We'll use that as our base, I think, for the animated water. Or actually, maybe. But like, what do I want? Okay, I think this has got to be an event. I wanted a gate here, so I think this has to be an event. Okay, and we'll make the walls for the storm drain. Or maybe it'll be better. So I could just have this be like an elevated section. Kind of debating as to whether Could just maybe have it be. Thank you, Michael. Have a good day too. Alright, so I think actually we're gonna want this to be like 144 and then 96 in height. And then we're gonna just have it be basically, oops, big old concrete slab. And we want like in the middle, it's gonna be our storm drain actually here because it's gonna be dumping fluid directly into like a tile. We want it at the bottom, so that makes more sense because then the player can a reference for like a storm drain. Thoughts on Sonic the Hedgehog? You know, this may sound crazy, but I don't really think that much about Sonic the Hedgehog. Even when they came out with Sonic Mania, you know, I bought Sonic Mania because I was just like, oh, maybe I'll play that with my wife and son at some point, and neither of them really liked it that much. They my son was too small, he couldn't keep up with the pace, and my wife just couldn't keep up with the pace. I was like, that's okay, you can be Tails. Should understand, it's a... When I was young, we used to fight over who could beat Tails, and... When I was young. It was a great honor to be Tails. These days, kids don't appreciate what it means to be Tails. Say it's a burden. Say Sonic's too fast. How am I supposed to keep up with him? Hard work is hell. I don't know how to make that any more plain. Hard work. When I was a kid, you had to kill Dr. Robotnik because Sonic wasn't immortal like Tails was. If Sonic died, you lost the game. So you and your friends, you knew that it was up to the Tails player to actually kill Dr. Robotnik or whoever. The real hero was Tails all along. Sonic was, you just had to escort him. It's a sad day when people don't appreciate that responsibility anymore. That's on Sonic the Hedgehog. Why do you ask, Michael? I'm in a server with Mazua, who you may have seen on the internet for such hits as I love Italian food, I wish Italy was real. And they were pretty into the Sonic movie on that server when it came out. It's just what came to mind. Okay. I mean, fair enough. Not angry or anything, just curious why. Like, did something happen with Sonic? I'm never in the Sonic. I'm always out of the Sonic loop. Never know what's going on with Sonic, I tell you. The Hedgehog, he does something and I never know what it is he's doing. He's just... He's a very brave hedgehog. The people tell me he saves the small children. He's much beloved by them for that. So thank you, Sonic, for saving us today. He goes, no problem. De nada, he says. De nada. Do it for all the small kids. Do it for all the little children. My job as a hedgehog. She said no, it was interesting. Hello, Navarone. It's like, no, I didn't like it, but thanks anyway. Thanks for involving me in your life. Alright, we want to... Whoops, that's not correct. Let's do... Actually... deeper in here. Just gonna get darker. Gonna get dark kind of sooner in the upper left. I mean, actually, I guess you just get equally dark as you go. Now that I think about it, but then we'll have like a lighter portion. Interior here is just gonna be like where the sun hits it. Let's do this to be darker though. Cool circle. Is it sad to say you miss KB? Nah, I mean, you can miss KB. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. KB was KB was a fun Dragonborn. Danger to all, unfortunately, but a fun Dragonborn, all the same. I've kind of thought about doing I've got the VR setup for Skyrim now, and I was kind of thinking about doing a reprisal of KB, like KB comes back. But I really don't know what I would do with it, just because, you know, okay, so she comes back, but like, I already completed all the main quests and everything. I could get like maybe a mod, like run the mod. Punch the dragons in this note, yes. This is bye. I think that I don't know if they ever finished that. Like, it was something that they were working on for the longest time, but I don't know if they really did finish it. The thing that would make another KB the Dragon Puncher, because the thing is like I would want to do more dragon punching, and they kind of give you that in spades with the VR. Because in the VR, like they don't really. I don't think that there's a cooldown on how fast you can hit somebody in VR. So you can just like beat a dragon to death if you can punch really fast. And like I used to box, so it was a lot of fun. Like I got into it and I was just like throw my sword down on the ground and then would just like beat men to death by, you know, physically punching them, like physically punching space, shadow boxing. The only thing I don't like about it is like I don't have an elbow motion controller or anything like that. So you throw a hook and the game doesn't really know where, like it really only cares like there's not really any point in doing a hook except for flourish, but it doesn't like look like a hook on the screen because your elbow is doing this like weird thing. It's not actually like up like a hook is supposed to be. It's like down low. So it looks kind of like a weird slap on the screen. So it's like left, right, straight, and then weird cross slap instead of a hook. It doesn't look very menacing, but it drives me crazy because it's one of the times when the VR feels very disjointed as I'm watching the hook go, and I know I've got the proper form, and the elbow's in the wrong place. I'm just like, because it's so crucial that your elbow is up for the hook. But yeah, you can you could just obliterate enemies in Skyrim with the VR stuff and a hook. Or not and a hook and just boxing. Because yeah, it's really not meant to be. I mean, it's really just not meant to be done. They didn't expect Unarmed to be that fast, and so like I said, there's no cooldown. Even daggers really don't compare to it. Like a lot of people, I'll see them do VR, and almost everyone does that. Like they do the archery. And they really like the archery because it's they take the cooldown off of the bows as well, and you can shoot the bows as fast as you can draw them. And I think that people believe that that's very powerful, and so they're just like, that's what I'm doing. But I actually don't think that that's the most effective way. It's less effective than I think that. Than they realize. It just seems really effective. It probably like feels really safe. But in my experience, the fastest, like the most effective way to play is with the boxing, and then you just you get as many speed boosts as you can, And then the game is a lot of fun because you're just like weaving in and out of the fight. So you like run in, you slap, you hit him like 3 or 4 times, and then you duck out. Because all the enemies have these like incredibly, just these terrible wind-up speeds. Like they always come from all the way downtown with every single attack. And that was one of the things that was clunky about playing Skyrim naturally, was you also always had to come all the way downtown with every attack. You could never do like an efficient strike. Like a punch was always a great big haymaker. And you have to wait for the animation. I don't know, the sword and board stuff in VR is also a lot of fun. A Ray playthrough of Skyrim. Coward Summoner build. No, that's boring. Like the Coward Summoner, I mean, you're just like wasting VR. Because you're like in VR, you can do whatever, you've got the, like, everything really works. I did not do Companions or Thieves Guild. Oh, I didn't finish the Thieves Guild with KB because they were like, sell your soul, and I was like, no. Yeah, but anyway, though, I found that the sword and board stuff is actually quite a lot of fun in Skyrim VR because you get to do a lot of like the shields are more effective because instead of like using an animation to hold them out in front of you, you actually just hold them out in front of the attacks. And the AI hasn't changed for Skyrim VR. So like the bandits will just run up and swing at you, you know, like the morons they've always been, and you just like block the attack, and then instead of having to put the shield down and do a great big like haymaker swing with your mighty sword or whatever, you just like you just stab real quick in the face. You just like shove it out into their eye hole, and then they die. There was one thing that I think it's really funny to do the sword and board with like a mace, because people were watching me play it once when I first got into it, and so I had like a mace in the shield, and so the AI is like trying to shoot me through the shield, and they're like running around, and it's kind of funny because they're backing up trying to get away from me, and I'm just like holding the mace and I'm like swinging it around, you know, like waving it around at him. I'm like, it's coming, you can't get away, you can't get through the shield. And so there's like comedic, you know, it's Skyrim again, but with like a certain level of like comedic pantomiming and things like that. But it's also Skyrim again. And like people are still playing Skyrim, which is a testament, I guess, to like how fundamentally decent the gameplay loop is for that. But you know, so much Skyrim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think this is the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Here, I'll use the marker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna want that at least. What am I doing? What am I doing? Looking forward to Avowed. It's apparently possible to play Morrowind in VR. Technically, if you really know what you're doing, you can go back and play a lot of games in VR. I've seen people play New Vegas in VR, and that's actually one that I wish that they would move over. It's unfortunate that Bethesda has completely disavowed New Vegas, I believe out of jealousy, because in my opinion, New Vegas is objectively the better game. But let me see. But I think it would be great to be able to play New Vegas in VR and actually kind of have the ability to point the gun in 3D. They have it for like Fallout 4, but I hated Fallout 4. I honestly just felt that Fallout 4 was a giant letdown in terms of almost everything. There really wasn't much that I didn't get much out of it. Those are some big particles. Seems too big. Maybe droplets are still what I want. Hopefully that blends all right. Try Pillars of Eternity. I did not try Pillars of Eternity. I thought about it, but then kind of didn't. Like, I don't know. I feel like ARPGs, they pulled me in like really briefly, and then I kind of like I don't know. I'm done. Had enough. So Pillars of Eternity. I thought about it, and then I kind of decided, nah. Do I have a favorite RPG Maker game? I do, in fact, have a favorite RPG Maker game. A long time ago, I played an RPG Maker game called Corporal Buggy Bear. And I won't say that it was like the best designed game or anything like that, but it was a game that just actively promised. They were like, no combat, and they were just like it was just a little, like, it was a bunch of mini games that they had created, and it was like a comedy based thing. They used like default assets, but I really enjoyed how not seriously they took everything. It was just like I don't know. It felt like they were having fun, and I really liked how much fun it felt like they were having. So I just really liked that. The gist of it was that you're playing as this. You're playing as one of these guys, one of the RPG Maker sprites, named Corporal Buggy Bear, and they just send Corporal Buggy out on a mission to go stop a demon. Corporal Buggy's like, all right, I'm on it. But it turns out that the demon is stupid, and you're stupid, and everyone is stupid, and that's the gist of it, you see. I hope you can follow where it's going with this. But that was it was a big change of pace, because I remember at that time, I think that one of the more well-known games was probably, there was one called Dark Eternal Dissolution, and it was just it was somebody who clearly, they spent a lot of times smoking weed and working on RPG Maker. You could tell that was their mental space, because that was what the game was kind of about, was smoking weed and then being betrayed by all your friends, and also, I'm the bad guy. It's me who is the bad one. And yeah, Dark Eternal Dissolution was an interesting one because it was finished. It was a pretty long game for an RPG Maker game, and it was very stupid, but it was a full length game, and it was complete, and you could play it for free. Because it was just something that this guy was doing, one of the features of it was you could find Stewie from Family Guy in random places, and one of the objectives that he created effectively was to find Stewie in all the places where Stewie was. What the deuce? Yeah. And he was a boss. He was an optional boss in a bunch of different locations. And then if you found Stewie in all the optional locations he was in, then he was a super boss that you could fight at the end of the game. He was the strongest boss in the game. So it was I don't know, it was they gave a stoner a game making engine and all the tools to make the game, and I'm pretty sure that he used stock assets and I feel optional redraw. It was all in RPG Maker XP. So it was just so, I mean, it's so amateur, but just the passion to get it done was there for whatever reason, and he got it done. Wait, where's my... Can I not export it? Oh, maybe it needs to go go to a different screen. There we go, yeah. Ah, man. I should have known that was not going to work. Let me... Maybe if I just grab, like... I'm not really sure how I even did the grass. I had a system. I had a system for it. Let me do this. Now, like... where are we at? Get rid of this. Do it save, storm drain. Okay, so right off the bat, which makes me think actually this also should be probably. 1, 2. That's actually okay, I think. So I can do this. Honestly, I just need it to look more like the grass that I have. Just like I don't really... I think the problem is that I hand drew this grass. Now here I am trying to use the little particle spray to repeat the gist of it, and it's not really going to cut it. So stupid. Why to do this? Should have just done particle spray for the grass in the first place. And this looks usually look like grass. People would read that as grass. There's no reason to have done this to myself. Oh well. Oh well. Mm-hmm. Here on the edge, I think we want to do as much. Maybe my problem is I'm using Windows 11. I fought Windows 10 for the longest time. I put it off and everything. I'm starting to just like lose my resistance to the just the constant monopolization of everything. Like, I hate it so much. I hate it as much as anybody, maybe more than a lot of people. But it's just so exhausting to want to fight all the time, knowing that there's really no winning. Like, if I don't like a product, I still have to use it. There's no choice at all. And so they were like, "You're gonna be on Windows 11," and I was just like, "Fine, give me Windows 11. Let me have it. I don't know what I did. I need to be punished." If you say I have to have it, if you say we're switching, then I guess we are. You promised we weren't. That's one of the things that really kills me about it, is that they were just like, "Oh, we're not gonna. This is it. You're gonna Windows 10. Never again will you have to switch to another thing." And then and didn't last long. But I haven't had any issues with Windows 11 anyway, aside from the fact that it does feel more bloaty. And like, I'll look and I'll see what all is using my memory and everything like that. And it's just like a bunch of Windows processes. Like, it's very clear that Windows is using a lot of the system resources there, and I don't know why it needs to use so much system, why it's got to be like that, but here. We're almost there with this. We just gotta... We would be done. We're gonna blend it all. We're gonna make sure it all blends together. And also... Whoops, okay. Fine, I think that'll do it. Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, yeah, it's probably using computer resources for AI training and all kinds of other things that I don't really agree with. But again, it's like I've realized that after all these years, like, we're not really being given a choice on anything. Like, if you don't like the Windows system, if you don't like what Windows is doing, if you don't like what the company is doing, Microsoft is doing, that's too bad. It's not really a negotiable thing. mean, you can learn Linux, yeah, I suppose, if you want. But the thing I don't like about Linux is that then, like, Linux is always a lot of troubleshooting, because like so much stuff is not really made for Linux or with Linux in mind, and then so there's very little. It's a lot harder to just set up and go with Linux. Like with some things it's easy. Some things are made for Linux, and then other things are not. Love hunting down missing drivers. Oh yeah. Do I like Microsoft above Apple? I mean, I'm a little angry at Apple lately because of the whole Patreon thing, where they're just like, hey, we're going to take 30% of your Patreon income. Like, I'm not really jazzed about that. Yeah, I'll be honest. I was fine when they weren't taking 30% of my money. I don't really see... So I've been thinking about what I want to do with that, and I think that probably my plan is I'm just going to stay on the per post plan for most of 2025, because I think that they're going to boot me off of it forever in November of 2025. But the fact is like, I think Patreon isn't as worried about it as someone is if you were... Like, if you're a creator on Patreon, it's a problem because like they're like they're just taking money, right? And there's not really any benefit to you. Like, you don't get anything out of it aside from just having your money taken. Which, like, why would you want that? Objectively, you don't. But Patreon, I don't think they care, because they still take 5% of the income no matter what. So it's like Apple takes 30%, Patreon takes 5%, credit card takes 5%, 15% goes to estimated taxes, which I gotta pay. I just now remember this is the month, and then another like 10-15% kind of goes to taxes. Like, I don't know, it depends on your income bracket there, but like at the end of it, I think that if you do the math, it's like less than half of the money gets to you if you go through Apple, because Apple takes such a huge chunk. But it's the same chunk to Patreon. So Patreon is just like, oh well, we don't want to lose Apple. So instead of just walking away from Apple, they're changing all of their billing structure. But anyway, though, because Apple provides no benefit to me, I figure if I stay on the program I'm on now, the income, my income will be stable for at least another year. I don't think it'll hurt me that much. Like, it doesn't seem like that many people are going through the Apple app anyway. There was like about 10% of people who were on iOS, but I don't think everyone was using the Apple app. And even if they are, and it boots them off, then I hope that people will come back. And I don't know. I just don't like. I don't see any benefit to cooperating with Apple at all from my perspective. So if we actually don't have anybody on iOS, it's honestly just better money for me, because everybody going through, or not iOS, but the Apple app, because everyone going through the Apple app is just giving a third of the money to Apple to benefit nobody. I mean, it's good for Apple's stock price, I guess. But if you're not like deeply worried about boosting Apple's stock price. There's no reason to want that. And I don't think that. So yeah. So point is, yes, I'm frustrated with Apple. I'm kind of annoyed with them right now. And as far as it goes, like that type of thing is one of the one good way to get me off your product is to do stuff like that. Because I really hate the tech monopolies. I hate them so much. It's like life is so much harder because of the stuff that they pull all the time. And everything would be so much easier if you could on occasion just say, you know what, no, I'm not going to do that. But you can't. You have to do it. You have to cooperate with them. It's maddening. Like they're just like, hey, we've got a really bad deal for you. Take it or leave it. You know? So can I leave it? And they're like, no. Actually, no. We lied. There's no leave it. You just take it. Oh my god. Freaking Apple. Freaking Google. Freaking monopolies. Gosh, they have been really the cause for so much struggle in everything that I've done. Like it was for a little while when there's a guy who was like, there's a market that desperately wants. See, the thing is that they know that it's a monopoly. Like they'll act like it's not, and they'll say like, we're not a monopoly, we're a competitive company. Like, look, they could go over to the Google store if they wanted. But in a lot of cases, I mean, they're monopolies once you get into, for example, like once you buy an iPhone, you can't use the Google store. Like, you need to use the iOS stuff. And I mean, like, Google also takes 30%. So they kind of know, it's like everyone who's using an app, if you're going to have an app for Patreon on the iPhone, it has to go through the Apple store. There's no other way to get it online, or you can use the website. And the website is really a better way for the creators, but Patreon just wants the income. So Patreon's not altogether too worried about whether or not I'm losing 30%. They're mostly just kind of looking at this as saying like, well, the app is useless to us if we don't comply with Apple. Like, we can't reach all these customers, so they just go with it. And they kind of leave it up to me, and they're like, oh, ball's in your court. So I don't know. They're all super scummy, and they all really need to be stopped. Like, they just do so much harm. Mr. Pre-2014 internet so much. Back when you would find like useful information by looking for it. Those were the days. It is crazy how just gradually how much worse everything has become as a result of like Google's SEO policies and stuff like that. It's like, you got to be at the top of the search result. Well, how do you do that? By writing really bad articles. By putting keywords everywhere. By being all about what people want to find. That's what they say. It's people that want to find it. And I feel like it's never people that want to find what Google offers. I really do think that it's just like if you can cooperate with what they're doing, or you can get blown out of the water. It's really kind of up to you. It's like that's what they're offering, but I don't think it's that. I don't think the broad public actually really benefits from it. I don't think that they actually like ever sit there and say to themselves, you know what, I wish it was just about impossible to find information I'm looking for. It's not really what made them popular. It's not really like what made Google successful in the first place. But they don't have to compete anymore. So what made them successful originally no longer matters. Yeah, it's crazy. I feel like if you're older and you got to see what the internet used to be like back in the day, you know, there's like a reason why we wanted products like Google. But part of it was because back then the internet was like very healthy, very thriving. There were all kinds of things popping up, like new stuff, lots of things you wanted to see, websites that you would visit all the time because they were full of content that like made you happy. Actually, I'll keep this in the storm drain. 22 gutter 1. It is a bit sad that you know, like we lost all those things because of just weird monopolistic practices that were allowed to flourish for so long. But yeah, but the internet, it used to make people happy. Used to be like not something that you would go to like ironically, I don't know, dunk on stuff, you know, pretend that you didn't like something that you really liked. It was like I genuinely have a fixation on this subject and I'm going to enjoy it. I don't know. It's hard to convey exactly what we lost, but we lost a lot. What? Why is this? Oh, okay. I'll just flip that because it's fine. No, not like that. Flip the whole thing, please. It was a lot of investment money. That was the big thing. I don't know. Like I've read articles about how kind of the situation that we were into, like it wound up being inevitable because stuff like angel investing became kind of the only way to get the kind of funding that you needed to be competitive. And it just sort of led to like, so that was a big thing, and like receiving more investors was super important. So you kind of needed, so like Google's strategy of like, okay, we're always going to be on the cutting edge and we're always going to be growing and we need more investment, invest more. It was like it was going to happen whether you liked it or not, on the basis that companies that received that investment survived, while companies that didn't would be purchased and they'd be gobbled up and destroyed. So ultimately it had to be that investment driven businesses were going to be the future, we're going to take over. Whereas more kind of consumer oriented, like product oriented stuff with maybe subscription fees or something else that was just was gonna get defeated. Maybe I should have kept up on that storm drain thing. Kept that open. I'm gonna use the restroom. Okay, I'm back. Anyway, so on this note of all the Google stuff, we gotta set up a counter or something like that. We have gone 3 days without discussing a corporate monopoly that we are angry at on the stream. I feel like we do it every other. It's like it's a pet rant of mine. I'll confess to it being a minor obsession. But I mean, it's kind of like ranting about your job, really. It's because I've been doing my best to make a living on the internet for so long, and these days I really do think a lot of the Google leadership, but they're kind of my bosses, and like they don't interact with me, they don't provide me with any real guidance or anything meaningful that would help me succeed. But they really, it's like I'm a contractor. I'm just that's what I'm listed as. They send me, my royalties are just contract money. So technically they are my boss, and when you start thinking about them as like being your bosses, and you're just like, they want me to do this, like my bosses want me to do this, my bosses want me to do that, like the whole kind of Google ecosystem starts making more sense when you realize how little independence YouTubers genuinely have. Like, to a certain extent, you can kind of choose what you want to make, kind of. But you really do need to be within the expectations of the company, or otherwise, you don't do well in the system that they've designed. And so they've created a system for you. The system has certain expectations. They're a little bit opaque about what the expectations are because they don't want to admit that they're like hugely influencing everyone. But they are hugely influencing everybody. And so if the lead Google marketer decides that there needs to be a change, then there's going to be a change. And it's not a negotiable change. Like, if you don't go along with it, you will drown. So they, it's like they're my boss. They might be wrong about a lot of things, in my opinion, but it's just the fact that they are. Okay, that's good. I have to skip a row for this. Actually, I need to skip like 2 rows. Hello, Udiuk. Where are we? Stuff. Yeah, where are we is something I've been thinking about doing. I had been thinking about doing it for a while, just because I liked the idea of like I don't know. I as far as I understand, I actually didn't watch the last season, but I'm led to believe that they tried to give all the ponies a happy ending of sorts. So we just want trash filler. It does crack me up. I'm glad that there's been enough time between the ponies sang and stuff, says Shaky down on Twitch. Yeah, the ponies sang. That means it's over. Big song means it's done. I don't know. I'm glad that I've missed the point where they implied that the ponies were dating each other at the end, like AJ and AJ and Rainbow Dash, was it? And it was okay. It was the blue. So yeah, like, why would AJ and Dash date each other? They have nothing in common. Like, what a bad ending for AJ to be dating Rainbow Dash. This reminds me of the Legend of Korra. Where I think like the final episode aired, and I remember like on 4chan somebody was like, they were like, it's finally over, and they were like, and someone replied, they were like, not for Asami, the suffering has only just begun. It cracked me up because like I don't know, like Korra was the source of most of her own problems in that show, and so it was really funny to just imagine like this is not a happy ending for Asami because she's still tied to Korra, who is still kind of a horrible person by the end of that series. And you know, like I don't know, like I just really like the idea of like, oh yeah, I'm dating Rainbow Dash. It's like, oh god, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? That sounds really bad. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so 6 on one side, 9 on the other. Let me grab. I guess we still need the sidewalk. But I don't know, Dash was the episode antagonist like all the time. In so many episodes, she was the reason people were struggling, and yeah, more rivals than lovers. And of course, yeah, it doesn't stop the shippers, but that's so unfortunate for for like for AJ. I mean, oh my god. Okay, but we need, what was it at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Was it 6? I got away from it. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gotta make sure all my pixels connect. And over on the other side, it was 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, but dang it. I got that wrong. I forgot to make a new layer. Oh well. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they really did if they did mean for Dash and AJ to be dating. And you know, because at that point, I mean, like, they'd done so many things that I feel like kind of didn't work all that well, and you know, if that's what they want, and that's how it is, I guess. But I would not have had Rainbow Dash and AJ be an item at the end, and it cracks me up that they are. So that would be one of the things though, is that like if I had to do Where Are We like immediately after that episode came out, all the shippers would be so mad. They'd be like, it's canon now. How dare you? Like, don't, like, learn to live with it. And they would, there would be all this anger kind of directed towards me from the people who were really excited about the shipping. And I'm not even like mad about, like, I'm not like upset about the shipping. What I'm just upset about is how incompatible Dash and AJ feel, and then to have AJ stuck with Dash as her endgame doesn't seem to me like a happy ending for AJ. That seems like, I don't know, AJ's got no way out. She's just stuck with Rainbow Dash now for all of her life, and poor AJ. Because I imagine like having like romantic arguments with Rainbow Dash, like trying to communicate with her. Yeah, Shiki says never could get into Korra. Honestly, you can't be blamed for that. Korra was not great. It was certainly a bit of a mess in terms of like show quality. So yeah, I honestly don't blame you for not really getting into Korra. You're not wrong for that. Yeah. Amon was I don't even feel like Amon was all that cool. I mean, ultimately, like, his thing was like they were trying to I don't know, get him on, like, oh, he's actually a bender, and you can't be a bender and also do the... Oh, the way he looks in his powers, you don't know how the story turns out. Okay. Yeah, they really did. The show, we got the two different chats going, and Sushiki's like, oh, I know, the way he looked cool. Yeah, the mask looked really cool. But yeah, so if you actually watch the show, the thing with Korra was that they basically really just focused on Korra, and anything that happened with Korra just kind of gets, like, that's the only thing that matters ever. Okay. How do we ban these guys again? There we go. Oh, actually, this should not be for gutter flow. This should be... Picardo. We'll do 3. It's your childhood. When I did the game playthroughs, the voice work was always in post. So should really give up on Twitch and Picardo. Nah, I don't like to. This is my way of rebelling. I get to. I'll just be in both places and pretend that it makes a difference. I mean, on the bright side with it, Twitch isn't like there's so few people that I don't think that Twitch can strangle my viewership. It's already about as strangled as it can get. So we're good there. Can't get less viewers than 4 at a time. Let's see them try to take away more people. They very well could. But the main thing is I just keep expecting Google to eventually stop promoting anything I do. So I'm always just operating in the assumption that soon it won't matter where I stream necessarily. This is one reason why I was okay with streaming on Picardo too. Even if the website's not doing as well as it used to, and it's mainly pornography. It's kind of like whatever. If I'm not getting benefit out of any of the big monopolies, like what? Why not be on the little guys? Oh, but anyway, though, so the voice stuff. So I used to always do the voice stuff in post for the Let's Plays. So I would play through the games, and then would do the editing and the voice work over it. So I don't know how to put a finger on exactly how much work it was, but it was never done simultaneously with the game. It wasn't like a direct stream of consciousness. I would stop the recording and think about like what else should I say or what else should I do. It was always hard to do, like one things with like dialogue, for example, in the Let's Plays, like character dialogue in the games was always a little bit difficult to grapple with, because on the one hand it would save me a lot of editing time, but on the other hand it's often very boring. Like I remember having to listen to the Augur of Dunlane for Skyrim, and the Augur of Dunlane, they for some reason they were like, it would be cool if his thing was that he's super sucked to listen to and you could not escape the conversation with him or make it go faster. And there, that's the Augur of Dunlane. You come to know information that you do not, but you do not know yet. The amount of information that I know. Yet still you persist. That is okay, I will open the door. Ah, dang it. These are all the wrong size. Can I stop it from scaling? Nope. There's not much I can do to stop it from scaling. Alright, so here's what we're going to have to do. Is it Alt? Yeah. just gonna bump it over, what was it, 2 pixels? 2. You do not know that I don't know anything. The most frustrating thing about the Augur of Dunlane is that, like, he doesn't tell you anything. he just kind of like points you. He's just like, I don't know. Go talk to the Archmage. And then that's it. It's a very long, boring conversation that just tells you to go talk to someone else. Merrifair. We have been approached by a couple of people from Merrifair asking us if we want to go. It's over in Florida. Better Up's over on the West Coast. And I think it's around hurricane season. Which we did kind of ask about that. We were like, isn't it around hurricane season? Like they're gonna... And they were like, yeah, but we don't, there might not be any hurricanes. We'll be fine. You can't, like, predict them. It was September 27th. They don't do compensation for any, like, fandom guests, so we wouldn't be able to get a comped room or anything like that. We'd have to pay on our own. We, could probably make back the money on, I don't know, if we sold like DVDs or whatever. But after flights and everything, I don't know. Like, Better Up and I both talked about it, but I don't think we're. I'm pretty sure we were both kind of like, because that's always the big trouble for us, is like getting out to the conventions. Like, if we get a comped hotel room, then we can sell some DVDs and some art prints and things like that, and the money's pretty okay, and we usually pay for flights and everything. But then if they're not, it can be a little thinner. Yes. Yeah, the augur is a bit of a crack up for just how useless they are. That just like, of course you've come to me seeking knowledge of the future. I do know that for sure. Allow me to explain. So, the future's gonna happen any day now. For real, I seen it. And when it does, oh boy howdy, you're gonna be glad you spoke to the Augur of Dunlane. I don't know why I didn't do this in the first place. It's kind of dumb that I didn't. Yeah, the augur is quite a crack up. He's incredibly stupid, incredibly useless, very boring to talk to, very slow. It would be funnier if you could like skip the dialogue with him. I'd be okay with it, because you just go in and be like, go to space, and you just be like, thanks Augur, real glad to have you here, and that'd be it. But he doesn't tell you to go to space. He's got to talk to you. He's got to put on the front of being knowledgeable for a while. I totally know what's going on. I'm a big mystical ball of light. That means I know what's going on. For sure. that ought to do. That ought to do it. Oh, yeah. Shaky doesn't remember any of the character names from Skyrim. What about Bulgruff? I mean, it's so easy to like not interact with a lot of characters that seem like they should be important. Yeah, I do like the idea of the Augur of Dunlane just does cold readings and brings you in, and you just don't respond. Be like, I know what you have come for. You're looking for a girlfriend. No. Wait, don't tell me. Not a girlfriend. Of course not. I was testing you to see if you knew whether or not I knew. Storm Drain probably should be in here. With a gutter flow. No, actually, what the heck? Okay, I think I know what happened. Maybe. Because it looks like it takes 48 times 2 times 3. 388. Times 3. And 1, 2, 4. That should cover it. Let me see. Identified filler. Does it still not leave space enough? Okay, get. No, it's still putting it in the wrong spot. Did I make a mistake? No. No, it looks like it should fit. Maybe this other one's wrong. Maybe 96, 96. Screwed something up. Something screwed up. Maybe I also made that one 98, should be 96. There we go. That's what it is. All right, we'll publish that. I'm gonna use the restroom. let's hope the... Oh, nice. I mean, not totally nice. It's sort of... doesn't really work completely. I don't know how... It hits the water, evidently. It just... All right, you have a good night, Utwik. All right, well, let's see how that looks, I guess. We have some clear tearing. And it is strange that it... the way that it wants to work, because it does. Kind of thinking about how I want to do this. Because I could just make an event and animate the event. But is that really the best? Is that really the best way to go about it? Is the question. Because if I were gonna do events. Well, for one thing, I've got this like tearing on the gutter flow, and I think it's because this is not totally filled in. Okay, so let's hear that again. And I don't know, I do need an event there anyway. Okay. Get rid of that. I'm gonna have to come back to it. Okay. It looks like it doesn't line up as well as I thought it did. Do this, we'll just thin this out a little bit. Is it like decently robust? It depends on what you mean by robust. It does resist what I want out of it sometimes. It has a couple of robust resistance mechanisms, but I mean, like, it's a nice tool for making. I mean, it's a nice tool for what it is. Which is a program to make RPGs. Just like a little. Oh, I think I know what it is. No? What am I seeing? That's not the first one. They might all be a little junky as far as their connectivity goes. Is it the second one? Or the third one? Where are we getting some of these shapes? Is that it? Actually not sure how we're getting the shapes we're getting. How you doing? How is this happening? Explain yourself, RPG Maker. Well, I think this doesn't connect for sure. Maybe we'll try this. Yeah, RPG Maker is an interesting tool in that it does do a lot of basic things that you need, but I feel like to get what if you really want something specific to be done, RPG Maker really wants to do things wrong in a lot of ways, and you have to like fight with it to make it do what's right. And that's not entirely ideal. I think that's how far over it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty rigid in some ways. Like it'll do things like it'll say like, oh, you've got to import your sprites at a certain size, and then instead of giving you like, and then it'll blow up the screen. So it'll be like, okay, so your project is this big, and then you're like, yeah, okay, full screen, and it goes, because it tells you to like import. It's like, oh, this has got to be a 48 by 48 sprite by default. Then when it blows it up, it's like the screen resolution is bigger, and so the sprite's all blurry and like gross looking. So you have to go into the code and tell it like, okay, take a larger sprite, scale it down. And then that way, when you launch the game, it'll scale down your thing and still look nice and clean. But everything's kind of that way where it's not taking larger pictures. It's taking it's taking pictures that are exactly the size that it was given, and then blowing them up on the screen. And so that's like one thing that has been driving me a little, that I really dislike about it. But I fixed that, went in the code and fixed that. But it's a lot of that. Like, you just do a lot of like, oh, this doesn't work, and this doesn't work, and this doesn't work. So you just gradually go in and you change everything until it does work, and then you can start saying like, okay, now it works. There we go. Oh, but we need to double this resolution. So speaking of, we've doubled the resolutions and everything. Yeah, well, I mean, the trick is that you reprogram it, you know, which some might argue is not really a trick so much as reprogramming it, but it does get it where you need it to be. And if you know what you're doing, then it's fine. It works. But of course, the big problem with that is that if you imagine, like, you know, a lot of people will use RPG Maker because they're looking to not have as many problems. So it's not really like ideal to have to fit, like, you know, I don't know, you don't want to do as much programming, so it's not ideal if you have to go in there and do a whole lot of programming. Plus you have to like reverse engineer the code that's already there. Okay, since this will be a sprite, Sorry if my assessment of the software sounds a little rambly. I'm also sitting here trying to think about, like, what am I doing? am I doing with this right now? Oh yeah, okay. Trace and pull there, I'll save that, and then I can go back to it if I need to. P3, 4, 5 drain flow. Yeah, RPG Maker is also kind of interesting in that it has specific ways that it wants to do things, and you can cooperate with it easily enough. It's not too bad on that front, but it does require you to kind of do things its way a little bit. Or find workarounds. No, you're right. I was actually doing it in Unity originally, and I would have, I don't know, like I built a bunch of things for it in Unity and was going along with it in Unity. But one of the places where I kind of stopped, where I sort of halted, was I didn't really want to do the cutscenes in Unity. Just because it's a little bit harder, and I mean, like, there's ways that you can set it up to make it a little bit more cooperative with you, but you kind of have to build your own infrastructure with Unity. And so I kind of got to that point, and I was just like, this is a little harder than I want, and you know, this is busy with my kid after that, and so it sort of stalled out. One of the reasons I'm doing this is because a lot of really the stuff that I wanted to do was all kind of basic, just standard RPG sort of stuff. So it's not anything like too huge. And then RPG Maker MZ now actually supports importing animations. So if I wanted to do like an animated cutscene with something more elaborate going on, then I can do that. I'll just import it as a video. So, plus Unity came out with its whole like rent-seeking scheme, which not really a fan of. They walked it back supposedly, but they could always go back and do it again anytime. And naturally, you know, they love to seek rent where they can, companies. So, not a lot of trust as far as I'm concerned. Not a lot of reason to trust them, that is. I mean, it really is. I thought that Unity made all its money by selling like Unity assets and things like that. Or I believe that they have other licensing agreements or things like that. To come back and then tell people like, hey, you're retroactively going to have to pay us for this game you made is such a bizarre choice to make, because it is like, okay, like that's not necessarily in people's budgets, and like maybe some games could eat that, but really what it would do is there'd be like a lot of games that have already spent their income or whatever, and it like they're not prepared to absorb a new cost that comes out of nowhere, like a new rent payment. Is that it? They got their own ad service that you can integrate into the game. See that? Okay, like that would be fine if they just wanted to do that. Like I'd be like, okay, that's reasonable. That's mutually beneficial. What I hear or what I heard is that they basically they brought in a new CEO, and he was like one of the modern like gut it and sell it type CEO guys, like one of the guys that basically exists just to create more share value, and then like the company tanks and they leave. Which I don't know. Those guys are everywhere these days, I guess. They're kind of the leaders in the wrong spot for what I'm intending to do. Artist 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're gonna need to go to like 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And we're going to do like a waterfall. A waterfall. water. It's kind of splashing out everywhere. Pew, 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 pew. Water, 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 water. It's going to be, whoops, no, it's going to be brighter in some areas, namely the tops. Wherever the water hits, that's probably gonna have more like bubbly particles. Actually, come to think, a few more anyway. And there we go. OVA, yeah, okay, so there you go. Yeah, I thought it was something like that. Like he was somebody who, was like a problem for the industry, or I guess a problem for the consumers. It is nice that there's at least like the game engine development stuff is competitive enough that when somebody comes in and they're like, you know what we're gonna do, we're gonna impose a bunch of negative stuff on people, force them to do something that they don't want, that people were able to be like, no, actually, I'm not going to do that. Then they get into another thing. And I mean, like, that goes to show, really the only thing that keeps a company honest is an adequate amount of competition. Key to gosh dang everything. Okay, well, we haven't... I get to talk about it as much as I want today, because it's already 0. So now we can talk about Monopoly as many all day long, and that's allowed. I'm just saying. You see how life is better when we can tell them no. Yeah, I don't know. I think the worst part about that though is that Unity was it's a great engine for indie game design. I mean, like it's pretty quick to learn. It's very user friendly, and there are tons of community tools and stuff like that, community resources to help teach you to use it. Like they basically teach you the basics of a game, and there's like, because you'll just go on, they'll just be like, here's how you make something, and then you're like, wow, thanks, and then from that you just make something. And they have it for all these different genres. Yeah, Vold points out that the big dev studios could also push back. I did hear that the big dev studios were also going to push back on the Unity changes, because there was no way that they were going to, like, you can't just come in and be like, hey, I can't recall who all was potentially going to have to deal with that. But I know they weren't all small studios, and so some of them were already planning to, like, sue Unity over it. They were like, no, we actually don't owe you any more money, thanks. Yeah. But anyway, though, I did really like how that was kind of one of the things I really liked about Unity was when you wanted to learn, like, the basics of the program. They had a lot of tutorials around. Yeah, a lot of them got custom deals. Like, I remember I was looking into the RPG thing, and so I was just like, how do you make... Or actually, I guess it didn't... I think what I looked into is they were like Ruby game. And they're like, how to build Ruby game. And it just walked you through all the tools of, like, here's how you build your sprites. I think that was... I wanted to build... It's like, so you want to build a 2D game. And it just walked you through creating a two-dimensional game. Six. Let me use that restroom here again. Finishing off my 3rd cup of coffee. here like this. Yeah, they came out of. Yeah, I mean, it's so much easier to learn something when you can reverse engineer from seeing it done somewhere else. So that's it is always great when you can find like a huge wealth of resources of like, here's how we do this. I will say one of the things that's been more frustrating about using RPG Maker is how there's like two sets of people. So it's very much built around the idea of being user friendly and like you don't need to program stuff, but you really do kind of need to know some programming to get to fix certain things that are like a problem with RPG Maker to start with. But the good news is that there's a bunch of places you can go to like buy plugins that fix all the major problems with RPG Maker. So what's frustrating is that as someone who's like comfortable with going into the computer and being like, all right, you know, let's get this figured out and let's fix this. I would prefer myself to just go in and rewrite the code, because that way I know that whatever I'm doing is compatible. But what a lot of people do instead is they'll be like, oh, have you tried this plugin? And they'll just direct each other to programs that somebody else wrote. And the programs maybe do what you want if you're lucky, but if you're not lucky, then they kind of solve the issue, but maybe not really. And I really don't like that. I would really prefer to be like, I wish that you could get more of the programming feedback of people like, hey, where in the code is this located, or why is it doing this, or like how can I change this? Yeah, there's a lot of like pre-made stuff for RPG Maker, things that you'll just like take and then run yourself. And so very many people rely on the plugins and the stuff made by the community. And it's not quite what I'm looking for. Most of the time I'm looking for like, how do I do this on my own? Because the other thing that you see a lot of, and what is a problem, is people they'll import numerous plugins and then start to run into conflicts because they've got like 20, 30, 40, 100 different plugins, all for just like small tweaks in functionality. And then they, they don't know what's causing a problem. There's like, I don't know where my conflicts are. I don't know what's going on. Because they're not in their own code. It's somebody else in their code. Then it's like trying to troubleshoot a Skyrim mod pack with 100 mods in it. Ruby, they use JavaScript for RPG Maker MZ. I've also never done anything with Ruby. And I don't think I know anything with Python. I feel like I've vaguely looked at Python like once, because I think I was told that Python was how they did macros in OpenOffice or something. Yes, JavaScript, the other C#, only this one's a little bit more. It'll let you fail a little bit more. It'll just be like, you want to make that mistake? That's okay. It's not how I would do it, but it's your project. Okay, so I think that'll give me. Oh, right. I have to export that then. No memory leaks here. Let me see. So this is like 3 frames. It animates on 3s. 60 divided by 7.5. It's like 8 frames. Oh, maybe I don't have to put in the weight. All right, let me see if that works. So that'll work for something that's only going to come up later. Right, I forget that it does that. Okay. Let's take all this. Please don't do that. And then six times 3, 288. Hello, sincerely me. Yes, there's no way that we could possibly... Okay, and I think that now that'll dang it. Frickin'. Oh, but that's okay. That's correct, right? Okay. Okay, and then custom route, turn left, turn right, turn down. Frequency highest? Maybe? All right, and then that should do it. That should... Should maybe just do like a save or something like that. It's not that long, but it is like an extra 30 seconds to every single... You're not animated! Why aren't you animating? Is it because it's animating too fast? I don't think there is a play from here button. Not that I know. Well, we have animation. Doesn't look properly linked up, really. That's not great, but put a message. Oops. And I think the problem is it'll stop moving if you interact with it, so. We might be able to do some stupid things to get it to cooperate. Just switching the player's start location in the game. That seems like that's a pretty hacky way to go about it. Alright. And I think it just animates so fast. It must just be that it animates so fast that you can't. Interesting. Okay, well. Database, what was I? I was doing something. Oh, right. Fixing the tile set. This actually wants you to be able to walk on. This, however, should all be off limits. That'll work. Let me put in this one as well. Okay, turn down, turn left, turn right, turn left. Frequency higher. Oh, actually, you know what I bet it is? I wonder if it's set to highest, then you probably could put in the wait times. And you put in just like 8-frame wait in between, and it should. I bet that'll do it. Yeah, for now we can still kind of get away with this, but eventually it'll be too much. Oh, that's unfortunate. It looks like I underestimated exactly how far down. The water needs to go. Goodness. What a hassle for a whole lot of nothing. I saved the project files for that. Oh goodness, did I not save the project files? Did I just like leave that? Oh no, wait, I didn't. I put them in a different file folder. Whew. It looked wet. Well, it's supposed to look wet. So that's good, we're on the right track. The drain flow's okay. This is what we're gonna need to work on. And probably, I think what I'll do is I'll add to the amount of stuff we get in the background, and that'll kind of hide some of that. Add some more stuff. Here, let's actually. Where did I animate floor? Is that where I put it? Yep. And here we go. We'll just add more. We'll make it deeper. And that'll help hide the problem. apparently quite a lot more than 8 frames. Let's make it 12. Let me just get distracted by another thought. Haven't had anything to eat actually. It's about lunchtime and oops. It's a little closer. Gotta add a 2-second loading screen in between. Like a blank screen for like 2 seconds. Fortunately, I won't get everything I want with that loading screen. When I first set it up, somebody was like, "Oh, if you hit delete, does it do anything?" And I really would have liked that to be the case, but saved with this 15 frames. I'm gonna go get some dinner after this, whether it works or not. Is there something we can do? Oh, I forgot to import the... Okay, have a good night, Vold. What and Sudsy? Okay, I tell a lie. I do want to see if I can get it working. quite there yet. Let's try 25 frames. About 5 frames. Oh, I wonder, you know what would not be too surprised? Well, because it's 60. No, you would think that they would divide it up into, because that would be like every. No, okay. Oh, I don't know why. I'm just mumbling to myself. It's very close. Yeah, it freezes up if you talk to it though. I wonder if I can get it to keep moving. But okay, is it maybe changing every half second? Maybe I can find out. Maybe someone just knows. Okay, nope, that didn't give me any answers. Let's try 35 frames. Because it looked like we were really close. Of course, we could be something really odd. It looks close. Close enough, I'll take it anyway. Okay, and now for something tricky, trigger, how to run. So movement route. There should just be like a immediately relocate to somewhere. I thought. Blend mode, image, transparent. Move towards, no, I could have sworn. Set event location, this event. Oh, there we go. Okay, and then there's like a control self switch. Turn self switch on A. Self switch A. Same as characters. Now, test. You know what would have been smarter? I'm just now realizing if I just had, it's not that long, if I just animated the whole thing, it would all be a big continuous piece with no problems. Maybe a little dumb having done it this way, but might not take that much time to just invalidate everything I've done up to this point and lesson learned for next time. Yeah. Okay. There we go. And then you can just look into the thing. Well, that's done. That was a lot of extra work, but it is a lot of extra work for stuff that'll only matter later, but we did it. I feel like I was going to do something, and now I can't remember what. Was there anything with this? I don't think so. Okay, well, I'm gonna go get some lunch, I suppose, and we'll can't read that. That's a lunch back at around 1:30. 30. Clock in. corner. Okay, we'll be back in a little bit. with all this for now. I feel like we might revisit it. Yeah, may revisit that, but I'll call that good enough for now. Because next thing we want to do three. And you just kind of keep on going. Three. Let's actually move it up here. Tinkerton. Okay. Interestingly, the sprite actually goes above the screen. Alright, so we want to set up a little guardhouse, I think. Be reasonable to get one. Like, how do I want to do this? Oh, that's pretty okay. That's actually a nice. All right, that'll justify making it the full height. So we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And up to. Alright, and then mercifully, this one will be easier to grasp. 96. This guy will never leave this spot, so it'll be fine to plants down in here. Lovely little leaves. Take like a nice wood panel look here. Oh, thanks, tuberculosis. Yeah, I'm working on it. We're making pretty swift progress so far. We are. Well, I mean, I don't know about swift progress. We're making progress. We're about to get into actual story content soon. We've got a lot of assets. We need to do characters still. The main character is basically done. And we might just reuse the sprite because he's like a robot, which makes it relatively easy to copy a rig over. Question is just, do we want to copy the rig over? We want to try to make the robots a little bit more independent. On the bright side, we got the plans all figured out. The scope's not too crazy. That is, it's not unrealistic. Which I think is really important. Like, it should be something that can be finished. Rather than something crazy that we're never ever gonna finish. 4. Oh, Sassy Mag. How's it going? You're coming in the post-lunch moments where we have a great deal more silence. But all the same, hello. Actually don't like this. Yeah, some days are more talkative than others. Depends on whether or not there's people in the chat with me and how busy the chat is, or if I get started ranting about something. But for now, no rants. No ranting. Just quiet work time. I am doing okay. How are you? You got anything going on? That's good, thank you. I appreciate people liking my stuff. See what's going on with that. I'm working on a game. It's called It's a Living. And the premise of the game is that you're going to go on a bunch of wacky adventures that your boss sends you on to increase the stock value of the company. And you'll go and see all kinds of exotic locations and make and destroy new friends. That kind of thing. Right now we're working on the starting area because the game is just now beginning. So you wake up in a little room and then you're out in the neighborhood. We've got like a park, storm drain. Yeah, I hope it'll be fun. The combat system has been tweaked a little bit. It's based on the hero system, which many people find to be a little bit arcane. So I hope it'll be fine that we're going to do that. The combat system is that, but there will be a couple of different ways to approach combat by necessity. Because the big thing that I'm doing is I'm letting players kind of choose their gear and stuff like that all at the beginning of the game. So they could buy up tons and tons of armor and be impenetrable to damage, but have no weapons. And so to anticipate that, we have to have some fail-safes built into all the battles for like, okay, what if nobody can damage each other? But I think that that'll be what makes the game fun, because then it'll be like, oh, I approach these different, the battles are built different ways, and you can solve the challenges in a couple of different ways, and that's the goal, is to sort of come up with intuitive yet relatively simple ways to get through all the scenes, so that way there's not tons and tons of branching options, but there'll be like the enemy runs out of energy and they run away or something like that, so that way they don't, like they get to the end of their, they're like, oh, I can't do any more abilities, they leave. And then, so you could kill them outright, or you could just survive their onslaught one way or the other. Leads to victory. Let's see. What would you name a security drone? Like a security camera. Cameron. It's a security Cameron. Oops. Yeah, security Cameron. He's a little guy with security. He watches you. So we're going to give him a turn left, turn right, look straight ahead. Set up and Cameron will watch you wander around the neighborhood. He works outside your boss's mansion. Of course, we're not going to go see the boss right away because we can get other stuff going on. Going to be the windowsill. Figure out what color the windowsill ought to be. I mean, I guess white. So what does it look like normally? Yeah, white. White would be good. Thank you. I hope it'll continue to sound fun and cool by the time we're done with it and ready for people to play it. When I've got enough to actually play, I'm basically going to do it like a tutorial level, and then I can release like a sample and be like, hey, here's how we are so far. Everybody can give it a shot, see what you think. And I'll just release incremental parts of it as it gets completed. And as for making money on it, I don't actually know if that's feasible really, but it's not important. Don't worry about that when we get to it. Main question is really just about the Steam stuff, how well all that works. If there's any point in it, because you have to pay. I think you have to pay like $100 and fill out a bunch of paperwork to get your game on Steam. But there's also itch.io, which you can use to sell stuff. So that might be the more practical route. I think itch you can just post. Most of the stuff it doesn't matter. It's all gonna be like behind him, and he's actually gonna be super tiny compared to how it looks here. It's more or less we just need some background things going on. Just to make it appear as though he's in some kind of room. And none of that matters. Well, we should hope people like the game, but we will see. You get file tax information. Oh, I think that's normal though. Any place that'll send you money, you do usually have to do that. I'd be surprised if I didn't have to file tax information with itch, just because they do. because they do send you cash. And most times a company does that. They're on the hook for explaining where the cash went to and why it's no longer in their possession. See, we're gonna put some tapes in him, because this is Cameron's entire life is recording stuff. He's going to be so small, it'll be hard to. Oh, I guess actually no. He'll be blown up in the image where you talk to him. So I guess he won't be that small. So actually, this is all worth it. Confirmed, not stupid, waste of time. That said, I guess I ought to be a little bit more, a little less lazy on the inner circle things. I've now submitted more forms. Yeah, I mean, that's the consequence of the whole, gig economy thing. It's just like everybody's doing work outside of traditional jobs, and you wind up with like, oh, there's about 1 billion forms to fill out for this. needs a sketch? Just go right into it. Just plow right into it. That's Cameron's chest. And then Cameron's head is going to be like a security camera with eyeballs stuck on the side of it. It is a good bored-looking robot. Just like that. But I want his head to follow you around is the problem. And so if this is his head, and I mean, granted, this is not bad, but if this were his head, then I gotta turn the whole box over. Apparently. An animation for scratching his butt. And then you gotta move the arms. I didn't plan ahead for butt scratching, Iffy. That's actually a good recommendation for an animation. That'd be good. You talk to him, he scratches his butt. But I didn't plan for it. I now lament that I didn't. But I am programmed to scratch my butt. Always a good thing. You know, robots get itchy too for various reasons. It's reasonable. Okay, let's go even darker down here. Okay, kind of the interior of the space, and then this will be pretty dark. Should be darker even. Dude, it was such a good program. Just love you. Just like, I don't like this color. Boom. Better color. Enjoy the heck out of this program. I have to check my butt because the computer systems are telling me I've got a butt-related emergency, butt-related damage, an anal injury of sorts, and I must ensure all systems are functional. I kind of want to go like a blue for the hands. Just to separate them out a little bit, make them more visible. I mean, hands are important. He's not going to communicate with his, but if he did, maybe I'll make his head the blue. There we go. And then we will want, what is that then? Is that his? Okay. That was the frame. That's what I get for not naming the pictures. Like some kind of fool. Well, there is no smile, you see, it's just a camera. Actually, his head oughta. I was just praising this program. One of the things I like is super versatile, does all the things I need. One of the things I dislike is vectors and how, unless you set out to make the lines smooth, it's hard to make them smooth. Kind of just have to make peace with how this is. I think somebody said that the artwork I've been doing looks a lot like the art that was done for like Super Meat Boy and stuff like that. And I think the reason has got to be because Super Meat Boy is done, I think, in Flash. And you get that same kind of effect with your pen. Where you can kind of go in with your lines, and it'll create that sort of almost that sort of scratchy look, unless you're really, really smooth with it and really, really careful. And there are ways that you can fix this. Like, for example, I could go in and tell it to just snap all the lines together. And then I could kind of adjust them as it is. I did not know that. About Meat Boy. Well, in that case, I guess they just kind of kept the Flash-looking style. Which is fine, because it's a style that they get to be known for, and another bad boy. A little darker. Okay, now how do I want to do the lens? I suppose for sure I want to Does this robot look friendly and approachable? Kind of like them all to look friendly and approachable. Especially if you should not approach them. It's like a weeping bell crossed with a flood. I think that still does it. That's good. I think it. This should come out a little bit more, maybe. think maybe this is too small, so just make it a little bigger, more centered. Bring this forward just a little. All right. That ought to be good. For that, and our camera, I guess, ought to be pretty much dark except for the outside of it. I didn't really think about the eyeball. Making the space a little darker. Okay, let's add a little bit of stuff to the side of his head just so that he has a little bit more going on. Oh, which actually then requires that we color the stuff on the side of his head, because that's how that'll work. All right. Okay, so I think actually it'll start here. Okay, so we're gonna do 2. Oh no, it'll start by looking down. Cameron. There we go. And then we want this will go. Cameron. 8, 9, that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Cameron, and then here we'll have 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go to this. Cameron. Okay. And we'll do 96 by 96. Okay, hold on. Where has all this been exporting to? To the doors? Did it not save where I tried to set it to? Yep, sure enough. That was the wrong button. 8 empty. No, not 8, 5, 6, 7 empty. There we go, and what? Okay, so here we go. So we should be able to just put Cameron in here. Whoops, once I actually export those NPCs properly. And there we go. Let's see how Cameron looks. Well, he's up a little high. The game really wants to bump those sprites up quite a bit. Okay, what am I looking for? It's to Cameron. Cameron. Eight. $11. Okay, perfect. And now let's see how that looks. Oh, no, wait, actually, let's export it first. There we go. That's good. Okay, and we'll do an export for his portrait. Four by 144. Yeah, he's so small you basically can't see him in the project, but we're going to make him big enough you can kind of make him out for this. So here's, I'm gonna get rid of this because up close it's not gonna look very good. Oh. Where is this single use one? And there we go. So, I'll discard because I don't like it to forget my scene settings. So we can make it. Can't let you. You can let him. You can go by. You can't go in. In. It's gonna be time to go soon. I'd also like to get some little statues of Mr. Tikrin to put on the gate. Yeah, so he'll look like this now. When you talk to him. And that's the nice thing about setting this up with the rigs and Toon Boom, is that the portraits are much larger, and Toon Boom's all vectors, so you just scale up to the correct size and it'll be good. Conditional branch, let's take a variable. What kind of things can we talk about with Cameron? Gives you the information that you want. Oh yeah, this conversation is recorded for our convenience. Yep. If you keep talking to Cameron, he will keep talking to you. Cameron has nowhere to go and nothing to do in his life, so he's just here. Got that with some of the other NPCs too. Photographer. Three. All right, this question is stupid, but will be relevant later because you're going to... My sister's an astronomer or astrologer or one of those, or she's into astronomy? I don't know what that's all about. Looking at the stars. Have an endless, stupid conversation with Cameron. for a yes or no. Okay, so speaking of that, okay, so security, you think telling security to not worry about birds wouldn't be a big deal. I'm gonna have to remember this. I gotta write it down somewhere. Because there's like a whole society of birds, a whole bird civilization. And kind of imagining them coming into town at the end, and so this like whether or not Cameron is going to cause problems for them. Or it should change something at the end. I'd like for Cameron to have some kind of interaction with the birds, depending on what you tell him here at this stage of the game. If you talk to him, by default, he'll just leave the birds alone. A chair and a broomstick, and he waves it around at the birds. Okay, and then we've got our last conditional branch, which is just, we've exhausted Cameron's dialogue options.
How's the game coming along, Greg?
Oh, it's coming along fine. We're about to wrap up the stream, though. I gotta get out.
Picking up your kid?
Yep. We'll hear soon in the future. Yeah, speaking of, I guess we'll go ahead and we'll wrap it up. We'll put on the last thing here later. Then I gotta go. So thanks for joining me, though, still in the stream. You guys, I'll catch you tomorrow morning.